Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Watch as our dog groomers give dog haircuts, perform dog nail trimming, dog bathing, and brush dogs' teeth in our pet spa. Hang out with us as we work, join the chat, and watch as we groom dogs all day. Hey guys, I'm starting with Rex this morning. Rex is a Wire Fox Terrier and he's going to get a clipped haircut today. And the pet parent wants him quite short, so let's get busy. I'm going to start off with a 4-blade. Good boy. Turn. How about this way? You're all right. Turn. Here we go. So normally when I clip a terrier like this, I do card out the undercoat. However, his skin is so sensitive due to allergies and he really doesn't have much undercoat in there. We're not going to do that because, again, his skin is just too sensitive. It can't handle it. Good boy. I'm using a 7-blade on the top of his head and his cheeks. I'm noticing a scab right on top of his head right here. So I'm going to just work around that as best I can. And that's part of his allergies. Right now I'm just roughing out his pattern. I'll tighten it up after the bath. Good boy. All right, it's bath time, Mr. Rex. Yeah. Good boy. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry eye groom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today. All right, buddy. Up we go. Okay. I'm going to soap him up twice. Good boy. Wait. I want to talk about trimming and clipping a dog's ears. Clipping a dog's ears can be very risky, and certain safety protocols should be followed to accomplish this task. Dogs have a blood vessel that runs along the entire edge of the ear. If the ear is nicked, it bleeds profusely. Dogs also have many nerves and cartilage in the ears, so a thoughtful approach to clipping should be considered. Extreme caution should be taken if the dog has severe matting on the ears. Dogs such as Doodles are prone to hematomas once the mats are shaved off. I prefer to brush out matted ears to prevent hematomas if at all possible. If dematting is not possible, I partially clip and partially brush out the ear. If neither is possible, I refer out to a veterinary practice that offers grooming due to the high-risk nature of the groom. When choosing which blade to use, consider the coat of the dog. Many double coats require a slightly longer blade, while other styles require a very fine blade. Now let's discuss safety. There are several hazardous areas that you must be aware of while clipping the dog's ears. Dogs with pricked ears and cropped ears have a well-developed cartilage at the front of the ear. This is called the spine of helix. This area will have a significant fold of skin and create a dip right behind the fold of skin. Care must be taken in this area to prevent injury to the dog. I will demonstrate this further in the video. At the back of the ear, on the inside of the pinna, you will find the cutaneous marginal pouch. This is the most common area of the ear to nick or cut. I never use a blade longer than a 10 blade in this area. When clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch, it is extremely important to use the full width of the blade over this area. Place the pouch directly in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade cannot catch the skin flaps. As you can see here, if you bring the clipper blade in at an angle, you are more likely to cut the skin. But when you are careful to clip with the pouch in the center of the blade, the risk is greatly reduced. You should never clip towards the head. This is very dangerous. As I trim this dog with semi-prick ears, I will demonstrate the safety protocols. First, I always trim the ears center out, center up, center out, and never clipper in any other direction on the ears. So here I am demonstrating clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch using the full width of my clipper across this area. Center out, center up, center out. On this type of ear, I flatten the front edge of the ear by pushing my fingers into the dip at the front edge of the ear to create a flat surface to clip. Notice how my fingers follow the blade as I clip. This gives firmness to the ear. As I clip the underside of the opening of the ear canal, I usually flatten the ear against the head. When clipping the base of the ear, I hold the ear forward as I clipper this area. On the back side of the ear, you will find another hazardous area from the cutaneous marginal pouch that is very easy to catch in the clipper. You can see how easy it would be to catch this flap of skin in the clipper blade. So, just like on the inside of the ear, I clipper this area using the full width of my blade with the flap squarely in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade are less likely to catch skin. I finish this ear type by scissoring the edges of the ears. I carefully hold the ear, allowing my fingers to provide balance to my scissors. Notice how my fingers follow the scissor up the ear as I go. Next, let's talk about cropped ears. Like it or not, they exist, and as groomers, we must clip them. When clipping the inside of cropped ears, I flatten the ear against the head like this. Using the edge of the blade, I use a pick action to clean up the uneven surface at the opening of the ear canal, as I do not pluck ears. I clip the front edge of the ear using my index finger to fill the dip behind the area where the ear folds back. This helps me to have a firm surface to clip. Notice how my hand resembles a claw, keeping the head still with the ability to feel and direct movement from the dog. As I clip the back of the ear, I gently pull the ear forward and have my fingers inside the ear pinna to give some stability. Clipping the outside front edge of the ear, I am using my fingers to steady the ear. Because the ears are cropped, there is no longer a cutaneous marginal pouch, thereby removing this hazardous area backside of the ear. I roll the ear over my fingers to flatten it as I work and slide my fingers up the edge of the ear along with the clipper. Cropped ears have thicker skin than natural ears. I use a 10, 15, and 40 blade on cropped ears. The 10 or 15 is used at the base of the ear and for the first clipping of the entire ear. The 40 is used to clean up the edges. I finish cropped ears by scissoring the edges. While scissoring, I maintain control of the ears, allowing the scissors to rest on my fingers, sliding my fingers along the edge of the ear as I scissor. Good boy. Good dog. Yeah, good dog. I know. It's a good boy. Over here. Boy. Turn, turn. Good. Good boy. So you notice when I'm setting the pattern, I'm dropping well below the big muscle here. When I'm coming down the side, I'm dropping under the rib cage and skimming off. Keeping the hair in the flank area here. Skimming off the big thigh muscle. Coming right down the chest. Now I'm going to come down the back leg to give him some angulation in his rear. Take him nice and flat on the back end. Skim off the inside of the hocks. I'm going to brush him over and go over it one more time. Let me turn. So I think when a lot of groomers see the pattern guidelines in their grooming books, it'll show like down and then up on the pattern. And that's not really quite accurate. It is because you're taking your shoulder line down, you're skimming off under here, and this is a little higher. But it shouldn't look poofy or fringe-like. It should be blended and nice and tight. You shouldn't notice that that happened. The lines are kind of there, but they're lower than what you see in your books, and they're invisible. And a little trick I learned from a 3-time International Groomer of the Year is on these eyebrows, because they are fluffy, but you want them to come flat off the top of the head. You can see how they kind of stick up. We're going to brush all this forward. And then I'm going to use a 5-blade and skim off the top of those against the grain. That makes them more flat. As we go to trim them, they're not going to be poofing up. Good boy, turn. Good boy. So for you guys who watch me regularly, a few weeks ago I had considered starting to live stream again, and I was live streaming out of my other room, and it was really uncomfortable because I had it set up for streaming, but the way my table was angled, it was just so, it hurt my back, honestly, to try to live stream where you guys could see and, you know, work with the dog on the table. And then I realized, you know what? I never had those problems working in this room like I do in my other room. So I decided to switch back to this room. And it's working out quite well so far. So I'm excited about that. I forgot she wants him short. Let's tighten him up some more here. Special request, extra short. So I'm dropping this underline straight to the elbow from the last rib. I'm taking the leg, even when you go extra short, you can still keep style. So I'm taking the leg up in this flank area right to the last rib. That helps him retain his nice style and still have a nice short haircut. This I'm taking from the elbow really tight right down to the carpal pad, and then straight from there down to the table. Because I was never uncomfortable streaming in this room, only in the other room, which is interesting. So some of you might remember I used to hand strip Rex along with some other dogs, but I've completely removed hand stripping from the services that I offer. And those who decided to stay with me had to go to clipping, or I could refer them out to somebody who hand strips. It's just not a service I want to offer. So I left a little fill of hair here where the tail, the back drops down into the tail, because I want his tail to appear set on high. And if you clip that right out, what happens is that the tail looks like it's coming down lower when you leave the fill of hair, and you just trim that into the back. Gives you a nice sweep up to the tail. So it's just a little longer right here. And I do it kind of in a triangle pattern right there. Turn. Good boy. And see again how these lines are indiscernible. And if you go with too short of a blade, you're going to see the lines. And that's where the 4 blade is your best bet on this coat type. And I'll go with a 5 on the sides of the neck and areas that I want to tighten up, but overall the 4 is going to give you nice blending. All right, now the head. Good boy. Neaten up the edges of the ears. Next up after Rex is Rosita, a Coton de Tulear that gets a short haircut. And she's a nervous Nelly. Grooming is not her favorite thing. Alright, I'm going to blend these eyebrows straight into the skull. Breed is supposed to have a rectangular shaped head. They're also supposed to be well filled below the eyes, which is why you did not see me. Let me raise you up just a bit here. So go to do this. You did not see me like clip her out below the eyes. When it says well filled below the eyes, it's actually in the bone structure, but you follow that idea when you're trimming. So now we're going to trim a level plane on the top of the nose, between the eyebrows, and then combing it up and out. I'm just going to come in here and scissor this. Now I'm going to do that on the other side, comb it up and out. Still kind of hard to do these things and show you guys, but It is what it is. Now from the corner of the lip right here, under the big canine tooth, I'm going to take that in real tight. And I actually dished him in a little bit too much right here when I was trying to show you how to trim the face, but she wanted him short, so it's okay. Now his lip hair here curls into his teeth, so I comb that up and out for him because his hair gets tangled in his teeth, and I just snip that out for his comfort. Oh, that phone's loud. I'll be right back.
Call from Canada, SO.
Let's talk about creating a breed profile for the Kerry Blue Terrier's head. Remember never to remove the fall, which is the long hair between the eyes. Holding the fall out of the way, use a blending shear and shorten the hair from the brow bone to the front of the ear. The idea is to bring this area down to about the length of a 7F blade. I prefer to use blending shears so that I can have more control over the transition, creating a smooth, natural flow into the longer hair at the back of the head. The idea here is to create the illusion of a long rectangular shaped head. You can see without the additional height from the buildup of hair, the head would not look as long. Shave the cheeks from just behind the corner of the eye to the ear and down to the corner of the mouth, then down the sides of the neck. The clipped line under the neck forms a V, which widens a bit above the sternum to the base of the ears. Clip the underjaw against the grain all the way up to the little fold in the lower lip. The ears are shaved with a 15 blade, then the edges of the ears are gone back over with a 40 blade. Next, neaten the edge of the ears by scissoring them tight. Set the scissors on top of the ear. With the scissors held straight up and down, scissor a line matching the width of the head into the neck. Then use blending shears between the clipped area of the cheek into the hair on the head for a very smooth, short transition. Always identifying the areas which are sticking out. Then lightly blend the edges. It's wise to check the area where the fall blends into the short hair on the head. It should be flat all the way through. If it is not flat, Carefully blend it with thinning shears, skimming off as you go. When creating a nice lean head, clipping about a finger width between the ear and the hair on the head is helpful. It's best to do this after the head is trimmed to see exactly where the line should go. By putting your finger under the ear and rounding the ear over your finger, you can easily reach the area needing to be clipped. Then, holding the ear forward, clean out the area behind the ears. This will create more arch to the neck and give a lean, elegant look. Tidying all of the clipped areas will give a very finished appearance. The ears should accentuate the long, lean head with true terrier type. Check the sides of the neck to make sure the arch of the neck is enhanced. This can be done with a 10 blade. Finally, blend the clipped lines into the longer hair and flatten the chest. I do this with the 7F blade. For my dogs, I always braided the fall to keep it out of the eyes. I also did this for my clients' dogs before sending them home. Good boy? Yeah. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're a good boy. Yeah. Miss Suzanne loves you. So now I'm going to tighten up the sides of the neck with the 5 blade. Going from the back corner of the ear down along the shoulder and skimming off the big muscle. Turn. Now I'm going to come off the sides of the tail here and tighten that up. And I'm also going to tighten up right here. So it flattens out his back, makes his neck look a little longer. Because even when you clip them short, you can still have them looking pretty good. Bring out their best features. Turn. And I took the top of his nose a little bit too short for my liking, but it's okay because she wanted him short anyway. And there he is, all handsome. Good morning. I see you brought your baby.
Yeah, this is my poorly trained but well-intentioned little house dog.
Oh, she's so cute.
Thank you. She's real friendly. She is so overdue for like actually being blown out. I looked at her yesterday. She had a big tuft undercoat set.
It's that time of year. All right, Mr. Rex. Good boy. I know, I got you. I'm going to take you back to your kennel. Come on. For spaniels, I clip the ears down to where the ear folds back. The clipped lines are in line with the eye at the top and with the jaw at the bottom. I usually make a V shape in the center as it helps the ear to lie flat against the head. The underside and outside lines of the ear match with the exception of the V, which is on the outside of the ear. I never clip her closer than a 10 blade on the majority of the ear. I will take a 15 or 30 blade over the edges of the ear for a nice tight finish. You may need to brush out the hair from between the teeth of the blade a few times, as cocker hair will clog up the teeth of a 10 blade. I finish up with scissoring the edges of the ears. All right. All right, we're gonna go get Rosita in the tub. Rosita, come here, baby. It's okay. Good girl. didn't hear him come in. Oh, it's the dachshund. Wait. She looks part dachshund.
She is rather long and low to the ground, but I think they had her in the system over there as a Havanese or something. And
Yeah.
I know she's a long-haired, like teddy bear faced dog, so I was like, well, maybe it's just coincidence and it's a dachshund.
Yeah, she looks more like a Havanese. Long and low. Okay. It's okay. Aww. Now let's talk about making sure that your dog is prepared for the grooming. Make sure that your dog doesn't have any mats or tangles in its hair. Matted hair greatly limits the styles available for your dog. Make sure that your dog is trained for the grooming process. But first, let's talk about your dogs. One of the best ways to get the results that you are looking for is to make sure that your dog is prepared for the groomer. Dogs should be professionally groomed at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Dogs who are regularly groomed see the process as part of their routine. Dogs who are not regularly groomed see the procedures as punishment. This attitude from the dog often limits how much the groomer can achieve. Remember, it is your responsibility to train your dog for grooming. It is very difficult for the groomer to effectively train your dog to readily accept the grooming procedures. While most groomers are indeed excellent trainers, we spend the entire time with your dog grooming the dog, so we are not as effective as we would be if we were simply training alone. And keep in mind, we are not being paid to train the dog, we are being paid to groom the dog. Puppies should start learning to be groomed as soon as they come to live with you. However, it's never too late to start training. Whether you plan to have a professional groomer or not, it's important to start the training at home. Gently brushing your dog every day will train your dog for the grooming process. Remember that puppies may be teething. Be careful how you hold the head. I use my hand in a C shape on the head. If your puppy doesn't accept this, you can train the dog to allow you to do this by separating the action from the grooming and simply train the hold. I do this by having the dog's favorite treats close by. Paw mats are great for keeping the surface comfortable. Then by putting my hand in a C shape, I place my hand on the dog's head, then pop a treat in the dog's mouth. After a few weeks of doing this 3 times a day, I will add putting a little pressure and sliding the skin back, tightening the loose skin over the eyes. This is important as the dog must have the head held to trim the face. Be sure to lavish praise on the dog when finished, regardless of how the dog accepts the process. Another way to train your dog for grooming is to gently file the dog's nails daily with a salon board. I start with just 1 or 2 toes a day, using the 180 grit side of a 180-100 grit file. Again, do this on a non-slip surface like a grooming table, with the puppy properly secured. Ignore the screaming, flailing, and pulling if the puppy does this, because you know that the nail file does not hurt him. Praise the slightest attempt by the dog for calm. Pop a favorite soft treat into the dog's mouth. Lavish him with praise and play with him. Do 1 or 2 nails a day for a few weeks. Then move on to doing the whole foot. And keep working until you can do all 4 feet in one sitting without a fuss. Trust me, you will get there. All right, you go in here. All righty, Rosita. Rosita, come on. Here we go. Girl. All right. Next up is going to be a little Yorkie. She's very unique. She's got blonde hair and blue eyes. And she's a new puppy. It's her third groom. And you guys might remember Gizmo, the really cute little chunky Yorkie I used to groom. Unfortunately, Gizmo passed away. He was only 6 years old. Some sudden congenital thing. And so this puppy is their new puppy, and she's completely different from Gizmo. I have another new Yorkie client, another very interesting color. He's solid black. I've never seen a solid black Yorkie. His father is a brown Yorkie, solid brown, and I have seen those. And out of this solid brown Yorkie, they produced a black. And brown is usually just a dilute color of a black, so it's not genetically impossible to happen if you have a brown to get a black. But he's adorable. And he only weighs 2 pounds. He's about, I don't know, 4.5 months old. 4 months old. So you'll be seeing him someday. Very interesting. So that's 2 totally new colors that I've never seen in Yorkies. Blonde hair with blue eyes and black. Like, oh my word. What is happening? Come here, babe. Good puppy. dun, dun, dun.
I know, I see you.
Good girl. So in our salon, we call this haircut a grand style special. It's short on the body, a little fuller on the legs. Easy maintenance pet trim. And I consider all my grooms to be maintenance grooms. It's just maintaining your dog's hair at whatever length the pet parent desires. My goal is not perfect or like show grooms or anything. My goal is just maintenance. Unless, of course, I am doing a show dog. Then it's a show groom. That's different. Speaking of show grooms, these dogs are all retired now and not getting show groomed, but we have quite a few Grand Champion long-haired dachshund, standard size long-haired dachshunds coming in now. And you'll get to meet all them. One of them's a Platinum Grand Champion. And they're just beautiful. And it's kind of interesting because I got those clients off one of my videos. And in the video, I was showing the technique of carding the coat on a flat-coated dog like a long-haired dachshund. And I had gotten so much hate over that technique. on that video that, you know, I got super discouraged about showing proper grooming techniques. But then, you know, several of the members of the Dachshund Club of Florida saw it and they're like, wow, somebody who knows how to groom a dachshund. And they all started coming. So, I don't know, I'm not as discouraged as I was about showing the techniques anymore. Be right with you. It's all just a matter of perspective, you know? All right, Rosita's mom's here, so I'm going to go check her out. Button ears are found on many long-legged terriers as well as other types of dogs. I am demonstrating this ear type with a Kerry Blue Terrier. Many of the breeds with this ear type are hand strip breeds, so I will discuss that technique as well. For the Kerry Blue, I use a 15 blade at the base of the ear and a 40 blade for the rest of the ear, as I want a crisp, clean look. If I am working on a broken hair terrier, like a Wire Fox or an Airedale who is getting clipped, I prefer a blade that leaves at least 2.8 millimeters of hair on the outside of the ear, like an 8.5 blade. I use a 10 blade on the inside of the ear. On this ear type, you are clipping the entire ear, so care must be taken, as discussed earlier, with the cutaneous marginal pouch and the skin folds at the front of the ear. Watch as my fingers glide with the blade, always working center out, center up, center out, paying special attention to the hazardous areas. I clip her close just behind the ear so as to enhance an arch neck on the dog. As I clip the outside of the ear, I am supporting the entire ear. I clip one full finger width into the skull area. This gives the head a long lean appearance and sets the ears up nicely. On the back of the ear here, I am bracing the back side of the cutaneous marginal pouch by making sure that this area is firm. The same with the front edge of the ear where the fold is. By pressing my fingers on the opposite side of the ear, I can clip this area relatively safely. To clip the opening of the ear canal, I lay the ear pinna flat against the skull. Next, I clean up the edges of the ears with my scissors, resting the blade of the scissors on my fingers for stability. Hand stripping wire-coated dog's ears retains proper color and texture. This technique should be learned by the pet parent, as paying a professional to spend the amount of time needed to properly hand strip a dog is very expensive. And to keep your dog in excellent condition, this technique is done very frequently. I have a video on hand stripping. Basically, understanding the coat growth cycles and having the proper tools on hand are very important. All right, so the next puppy's name is Gidget, and she's actually named after my Gidget. All right, Gidget. Did you go poopy? Did you go poopy, Gidget? You stinky puppy. Yes, you stinky puppy. All right. All right, here's Gidget, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Yorkie. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed Yorkie. All right, Mom wants her clipped kind of short on the body, and she's very leggy, so, and long and lean. We don't want to take her too tight because it's going to make her look really lean. Isn't it? Yeah. And she's still learning how to have all this done. So she might be fussy, especially the ears and the face and the nails. It's a process. Isn't it, Gidget? All right, good girl. What is it? Hmm? It's okay. See? Good girl. See? It's all right. It's all right. Not gonna hurt you. Good girl. That was a nice yawn. Good. It's okay. Good girl. See, I'm not trying to hurt you. Hi. Hey, you.
She's a hot mess. My mom just passed on Tuesday,
Oh,
and
no.
I've been just consumed.
I'm
with
so sorry.
being able to brush her and everything. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So, she never looks like that.
I
though.
know.
I'm like, so glad. Oh, and do me a favor. I have an appointment. I can't figure out how to cancel appointments.
You have to call us or text us.
I have an appointment. I think it's on the 24th before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm gonna need to cancel that.
Okay.
Because she's getting good now, and I think I'm just gonna go out of town for the holiday. I don't feel like even messing with anything.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right, honey. Thank you.
Plan about 2 hours.
2 hours.
Mm-hmm. I'll text you. Come on. All right, you. Let's try this again. Come on. Good girl. Ow. Good girl. There you go. girl. There, you did it. What a good baby. Alright, since you don't like clippers, we're going to use a scissor over comb method to take her back down. Or scissor over finger. Kind of both. The top line scissor over finger, then the sides will be scissor over comb. Now her mom said she didn't want her legs short because she's so long-legged, but as you can see, she's getting matted. So when you keep hair on the legs, you gotta brush. Gotta brush anyway. But I do understand it can be challenging, especially when they have little attitudes. Good girl. Let's turn this way. So you noticed I just ignored her little temper tantrum. I adjusted. So rather than tipping the ears with the clippers, I adjusted to just scissoring off the edges for now. But I did expose her to the clippers there, which will play into later. And getting her used to, that's something that's going to happen. Her mom probably would like her a little bit shorter on the body, but that'll come later. Right now, we just have to get her comfortable with the whole process. Good girl. Good puppy. Let's see if we can do the corner of your eyes. You ready? Here we go. Good puppy. Don't get that attitude with me. Don't get that attitude with me. Ugh. Come here. Come here. Good girl, wait. That's it. All right, now you can go to the tub. Good girl. With these puppies, it's a balance between not freaking them out and not letting them get away with murder. That's a good girl. So while I go set up the tub, I'm going to put on a little video with some training tips on how you help puppies to overcome this kind of stuff. Now let's talk about making sure that your dog is prepared for the grooming. Make sure that your dog doesn't have any mats or tangles in its hair. Matted hair greatly limits the styles available for your dog. Make sure that your dog is trained for the grooming process. But first, let's talk about your dogs. One of the best ways to get the results that you are looking for is to make sure that your dog is prepared for the groomer. Dogs should be professionally groomed at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Dogs who are regularly groomed see the process as part of their routine. Dogs who are not regularly groomed see the procedures as punishment. This attitude from the dog often limits how much the groomer can achieve. Remember, it is your responsibility to train your dog for grooming. It is very difficult for the groomer to effectively train your dog to readily accept the grooming procedures. While most groomers are indeed excellent trainers, we spend the entire time with your dog grooming the dog, so we are not as effective as we would be if we were simply training alone. And keep in mind, we are not being paid to train the dog, we are being paid to groom the dog. Puppies should start learning to be groomed as soon as they come to live with you. However, it's never too late to start training. Whether you plan to have a professional groomer or not, it's important to start the training at home. Gently brushing your dog every day will train your dog for the grooming process. Remember that puppies may be teething. Be careful how you hold the head. I use my hand in a C shape on the head. If your puppy doesn't accept this, you can train the dog to allow you to do this by separating the action from the grooming and simply train the hold. I do this by having the dog's favorite treats close by. Paw mats are great for keeping the surface comfortable. Then by putting my hand in a C shape, I place my hand on the dog's head, then pop a treat in the dog's mouth. After a few weeks of doing this 3 times a day, I will add putting a little pressure and sliding the skin back, tightening the loose skin over the eyes. This is important as the dog must have the head held to trim the face. Be sure to lavish praise on the dog when finished, regardless of how the dog accepts the process. Another way to train your dog for grooming is to gently file the dog's nails daily with a salon board. I start with just 1 or 2 toes a day, using the 180 grit side of a 180/100 grit file. Again, do this on a non-slip surface like a grooming table, with the puppy properly secured. Ignore the screaming, flailing, and pulling if the puppy does this, because you know that the nail file does not hurt him. Praise the slightest attempt by the dog for calm. Pop a favorite soft treat into the dog's mouth, lavish him with praise, and play with him. Do 1 or 2 nails a day for a few weeks, then move on to doing the whole foot, and keep working until you can do all 4 feet in one sitting without a fuss. Trust me, you will get there.
Cocoa Beans. Hi, Cocoa Beans.
Hi, Kitty.
Thank you. We'll let you know as soon as he's ready. Come on, Popos. Get in. Good baby. Good girl. Good girl. Here we go. Good puppy. Good baby. Good baby. All right. It's hard, huh? Don't be mean. Here, you want to lick it? Mmm. Isn't it yummy? Come here. Come here. Good girl. Good girl. Girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. It's all right. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good. Very nice. There you go. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you excited? Yeah, I'm excited too. Come on.
It's okay.
Good girl. Oh, good baby. Good baby. That's very good, yes. Yes, good girl. Good girl. See, you're fine. It's okay.
Good girl. Good girl, yes. That's very nice. That's very nice. Good puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Come on. Come over here. I know. It's okay. Good girl. Good girl. I know it's hard, but you gotta learn. Yes, you gotta learn. Yeah. See, you gotta learn. Good. 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 See. It's all right. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's it. Very nice. Oh, we didn't do your nails, did we? Let's keep the dryer on for that. All right. Good girl. See? Yes, good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Come here. Come here. Good girl. Good puppy. Good puppy. Come on. Good girl. That's a good baby. Stay right there. All right, I'll take you with me. Come on. All right. right, so if you go back and rewatch what I was doing there, from the very first point where she yawned and licked her lips, as soon as I saw her yawn, I praised her. Then, as she started to settle down, all the way through getting her face brushed, you'll notice every time she started to get upset, she would yawn. And she started yawning more and more and more and more. And she's learning to calm herself, because yawning is self-calming. And people will also say it's a sign of stress, but it's also a calming behavior. So when I praise the yawn on these puppies or anxious dogs, it signals to them, there she goes again, good girl. It signals to them to learn to calm themselves. Right? Right. So that's very good. Let's see, I think I'll use these scissors. No, you're not leaving. You're staying right here. Stay. Good girl. Good puppy. That's very nice. Yeah, very nice. I know, it's hard, huh? Yeah. It's hard for the baby. When groomers are grooming puppies, they're doing so much more than giving a haircut. We're training them, we're conditioning them. I know. You're fine. I gotcha. You also notice in puppies that they go in waves. They'll be calm, and then they'll try it again, and they'll be calm, they'll try it again. You just ride out the wave. And then do as much as you can during the calm. Good girl. Good girl. She's using her nose right now, sniffing things. That's another sign of calming. That's very good. It's what we want to see. Come here. Gidget. Gidget. Come here. Come here, Gidget. This way. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Good girl. I know, it's scary. It's scary, huh? gotta trim this. I gotta trim that hair. All right. So in that little training video I showed, this is one of the actions that you have to teach your puppy is not threatening. Coming up over the head and holding the head in a C shape with your hand, because we as groomers have to do that. And if you don't train your puppy how to have that done, it makes grooming so much more difficult. So that's part of your homework as a pet parent. Teaching this. And we can't teach it here effectively because we only see the dog once a month. That's something you have to do every day. And you got to understand, a puppy sees that as threatening because it's like a bite. To them, you're coming in and biting their head. And, you know, that's understandable from their perspective. That seems very threatening. Good girl, there's the yawn. And she did break skin when she bit a little while ago, so we have to be careful. And we don't want her biting the tools. So I'm going to bring her in, put my arm along her side. Come in from behind. Watch for the yawn. Good girl. So I need to get a good firm hold, because if I don't, with the way she's acting, I could put her eye out trimming her. So I have to hold her tight. Good girl. Good girl. Good puppy. There you go. You did it. Good. Good. Yes. So now I can feel her softening under my hands, and that's why I'm praising her. You can literally feel her go, and that's when you get in there and get as much as you can done. Good girl. Good baby. There you go. There you go. Felt her soften, so we're taking advantage. Good girl. See what I mean about the waves? Writing out the waves. They go through a little wig out, and then they get their stuff together. Good girl. I know it's hard. I know. Yes, there's the yawn. Good girl. Now, I've never heard anybody else teach about praising the yawn, but it's something that's good girl, very effective for me. Good girl. Good girl. There's a book called Calming Signals in Dogs that's very interesting to read. Good.
Are you pretty? Is you pretty, Gidget? Don't you bite me, you little thing. You little thing, you. You little thing, you. Miss thing. You little miss thing, you. You behave yourself. Yes, you behave yourself. I don't want to hear it. Nice yawn. Good girl. Stand.
Another thing I like to do is work on them in different areas, like so I can leave one area that's a problem and just pick over something else, let them relax, and then go back in. So in a minute, we're going to do the pads of her feet with the clippers. We've already seen how she feels about clippers. So see how I'm sneaking in here and doing the back of the ears when she's not expecting it? And sometimes watching me work with puppies or seniors is a little hard to watch. But especially with the puppies, when you watch me for a long time, you can see how effective it really is. Such as with Rolo May yesterday. Rolo May used to act a lot worse than this as a puppy. And if you watch her groom from yesterday, she's now a perfect angel. And she loves me. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. So I'm very comfortable with my methods because I know in the long run that I'm going to have a very comfortable, happy dog. Last week, another groomer said about me that I only do this kind of stuff for affirmation. I can assure you that's not the case. I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I'm comfortable with what I do and confident. As in live streaming or social media. I don't need somebody to tell me I'm doing a good job. I know I'm doing a good job. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, Missy. We're going to do your feet, and you're probably going to scream. But that's all right. You'll live. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You're all right. Good girl. There. Good girl. There you go. There you go. Good baby. Next up is Olivia, a Bichon. Her mom normally does a great job brushing her and having her prepared, but due to unfortunate life circumstances, she may be matted today. I'm certainly not going to shave her down because life happens. And it's a client who does a great job with her dog's coat, so I'm not going to punish her by shaving down her dog. So I'm pushing the issue here, not being threatening, but not letting her have it that she can push me away with her teeth. Of course, I don't want to get bitten either. Puppy teeth hurt, but at the same time, she needs to get past this. There we go. Good girl. Good girl. See? See? You're fine. So one thing you never want to do is give your dog something to chew on when they have this behavior, because in so doing, you're only teaching them to chomp down on things. Good yawn. That was very nice. That was very nice. And there's the lip licking. Yes. So there's two different types of lip licking. One's a very sharp, quick one. That is a I'm going to bite you lip lick. And then there's a softer one that comes after the yawns. Good, good. She softened. Once she softens, you can get in there and get it done. Good girl. See what I mean? And you also notice I'm not reprimanding her. I'm just staying with it. Good. There we go. She softened. You got to feel. It's a feel for the softening. And you praise it instantly because you're marking the behavior. Good. Good. There we go. It's so subtle. You really got to watch for it. Yes. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. Yes. Nice big yawn. Yeah. Nice big yawn. That was beautiful. Yeah. So I'm letting her know that the biting is not moving me away. There we go. You could literally see her body soften there, couldn't you? Just saw her melt. That's a big sign right there. Real big. That to me gave me goosebumps because it's like, oh, we're making progress. And she's getting tired. See the kisses though? Yeah, it's not just being tired. It's like we made a little breakthrough there. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. So she's going to go home with a choppy haircut, you know? She's tired. She's a puppy. This was a lot. Am I going to sit here and nitpick over this haircut? Heck no. See how I'm coming in from behind now? Look at that. I told you, that was a breakthrough. That was a breakthrough. So we're going to leave it on a good note. I'm just going to quit. Just basically right here. I'm going to tidy her up just a hair, but I don't want to push her past the breakthrough. So when you get your puppies home and they're not perfect, don't think us groomers are in here being lazy or that we don't know what we're doing. We're doing a lot. And we're doing it on purpose. Like, do you want a perfect haircut or do you want a puppy who's going to enjoy being groomed for the rest of its life? Right? So we're going to leave it right on a good note. I'm going to trim her tummy, but I'm just going to do it with scissors. Not worry about getting her upset about them clippers. Come here, Mama. You're all right. You're going to go take a nap in just a minute. Just a minute. It's okay. I know. You need nappies, huh? You're about ready to conk out. Yeah, you're about ready to conk out. Yeah, you're a good girl. You did great. Yes, you did great. Let me see that face. Let me see. It's still kind of messy, isn't it? See that breakthrough? I came in behind her head. She just stepped into me. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yay. All right, just got to trim under your arms. Don't do that. Don't lay the clear scissors. Good girl. So I've been doing this for so long with so many puppies that I can literally feel the breakthrough happen. And it's a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. Beautiful, beautiful. See what I mean? Yay. Come here. Again, I don't want to push her, but I keep seeing things. See, she'll let me do it. Yes. Yes, good girl. Okay, we're going to stop right there. All right, Miss Gidget, say see you next time. Yeah, see you next time. You did good. Yes, you did good.
I'm going to put the training video on again just for reinforcing the idea. Now let's talk about making sure that your dog is prepared for the grooming. Make sure that your dog doesn't have any mats or tangles in its hair. Matted hair greatly limits the styles available for your dog. Make sure that your dog is trained for the grooming process. But first, let's talk about your dogs. One of the best ways to get the results that you are looking for is to make sure that your dog is prepared for the groomer. Dogs should be professionally groomed at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Dogs who are regularly groomed see the process as part of their routine. Dogs who are not regularly groomed see the procedures as punishment. This attitude from the dog often limits how much the groomer can achieve. Remember, it is your responsibility to train your dog for grooming. It is very difficult for the groomer to effectively train your dog to readily accept the grooming procedures. While most groomers are indeed excellent trainers, we spend the entire time with your dog grooming the dog, so we are not as effective as we would be if we were simply training alone. And keep in mind, we are not being paid to train the dog, we are being paid to groom the dog. Puppies should start learning to be groomed as soon as they come to live with you. However, it's never too late to start training. Whether you plan to have a professional groomer or not, it's important to start the training at home. Gently brushing your dog every day will train your dog for the grooming process. Remember that puppies may be teething. Be careful how you hold the head. I use my hand in a C shape on the head. If your puppy doesn't accept this, you can train the dog to allow you to do this by separating the action from the grooming and simply train the hold. I do this by having the dog's favorite treats close by. Paw mats are great for keeping the surface comfortable. Then by putting my hand in a C shape, I place my hand on the dog's head, then pop a treat in the dog's mouth. After a few weeks of doing this 3 times a day, I will add putting a little pressure and sliding the skin back, tightening the loose skin over the eyes. This is important as the dog must have the head held to trim the face. Be sure to lavish praise on the dog when finished, regardless of how the dog accepts the process. Another way to train your dog for grooming is to gently file the dog's nails daily with a salon board. I start with just 1 or 2 toes a day, using the 180 grit side of a 180-100 grit file. Again, do this on a non-slip surface like a grooming table, with the puppy properly secured. Ignore the screaming, flailing, and pulling if the puppy does this, because you know that the nail file does not hurt him. Praise the slightest attempt by the dog for calm. Pop a favorite soft treat into the dog's mouth, lavish him with praise, and play with him. Do 1 or 2 nails a day for a few weeks, then move on to doing the whole foot, and keep working until you can do all 4 feet in one sitting without a fuss. Trust me, you will get there. So my next two dogs have matted hair, and that's always challenging because they're both really good clients and they both get done very regularly, and their owners usually do a good job. So the first one we're just going to put straight in the tub. No pre-bath brush out. I'll brush her out while I'm blow drying her. Sorry, you probably couldn't hear me just then. My next one is going to go straight in the tub. I'm not going to do a pre-bath brush out. My next two dogs are really matted, so we're going to just brush her out while we blow dry her. That run is dirty from this one. Just put them separately in kennels. She was rotten. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Hey, Kat, when you helped him out, the man stayed inside and he looked in the back and then he opened the door there.
Oh. You probably didn't know we went outside because he was in the bathroom.
Oh, I see. I guess he was looking for you. Ah! Dang it. I did it again. If you go back by the laundry room, I just sprayed the floor with soapy stuff.
All right, sorry about that. Adding. So that might have had something to do with it. All right, time to get you dry. Come on. Good girl. Come here.
All right, for the regulars who watch me all the time or have watched me a lot, who's barking in the back? Can anybody guess? Some of you would probably know that voice. Go check the comments and see if anybody got it. Ah, nobody yet? Let's say he usually likes to be here at lunchtime. Ah, everybody got it when I said lunchtime. Up, up, up. Good girl. Good girl. Turn.
stand. Hey, Kat, it's smart to do Fiona first, because sometimes Finn will make a mess of himself while you're doing her. I was kind of sad because one of my appointments for tomorrow morning canceled. It's a doodle. He was here a couple weeks ago, about 10 days ago. And the quality of the work wasn't good enough. So I was going to redo him for free tomorrow. But he canceled. I'm like, oh well. So I just refunded her money. Can't please everybody.
All right, sorry about that. I had to book an appointment. Didn't want you guys eavesdropping on the phone call. All right, back to you.
not nap time. Stand. Good girl. He's a good girl. Yeah. Miss Suzanne loves you. Yeah, Miss Suzanne loves you.
I don't know if I mentioned her name earlier. This is Olivia. You guys might remember about 1.5 years ago, Olivia started coming with her cockapoo friend. And the cockapoo friend has started living with somebody in Orlando, so she doesn't come here anymore. But you might remember how severe Olivia's separation anxiety was. That is completely resolved. And she literally drags her owner to come in here. She's like, I don't know what you do to her to make her love you so much.
Right, Olivia? You love Miss Suzanne, don't you? Yeah? You love your Miss Suzanne. Yes, and you like coming to see me. Yes, you do. You like coming to see me, huh? Yeah. I like you too. I think you're a good girl and your mommy does a good job. Yeah, she does a good job with you. Mm-hmm. Turn. All right. Let's text your mom. Let's see here. I need my other phone. All right. Say goodbye, Olivia.
Should a groomer trim a dog's whiskers? Vibrissae hairs are stiff, sensitive hairs connected to nerve endings at the follicle. Unlike cats, dogs do not rely heavily on their whiskers. Some groomers and breeders trim whiskers for aesthetic purposes. This does not cause the dog pain. Many times I trim whiskers and vibrissae hairs because of the way that they curl and grow towards the eyes, as seen here. If you prefer not to have your dog's whiskers trimmed, please make your request known. We are grooming safer together. The long-haired dachshund is a flat-coated dog. Flat coats require the carding technique to remove the shedding hair that is in the resting phase. Because this dog's coat is too long, I am starting by raking the coat with a dulled rake. I do not want to cut the coat in this area. Once the undercoat has been removed with the rake, I switch to a carding tool. Hold the carding tool at a 45-degree angle. If the shedding coat is left in place, it grows out of balance as seen here. This excess hair should not be cut, as it would alter the natural color and texture of the coat along the jacket area of the dog. This excess hair is being removed by hand stripping to retain his rich sable color. The hair under the ears and on the throat are clipped. I use a 7F blade here and a 5F blade to blend the cowlick areas. The sides of the neck are thinned and blended into the back coat. The soft coated areas in the pants can be thinned from underneath to help this area lie flat. The feet are trimmed to be full and broad with arched toes. The tail is flag-shaped. Thank you for watching. We are grooming safer together.
But, you know, dentals are still necessary. It's just a fluke thing. He just got a horrible infection, and it did damage in his lungs and in his nasal cavity, so he can never overcome it. I know.
Yeah, I was talking about your
The Yorkie's fabulous. She's 15 years old.
Oh, she is?
Yeah. Yeah, at 11. She's amazing.
All right, sweetie. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. You never know. These live streams, they're a pain. It's always something messing up. Oh well. It is what it is. Ooh, I got messages. I gotta check these messages. I'll be back.
On the feet, I will use anywhere from a 10 blade to a 40 blade. If I use a 10 blade, it's only on the tops of the feet and on the knuckles, not in between the toes, and not under the pads of the feet. The reason for this is a 10 blade oftentimes will catch skin when scooping in between the toes or scooping in between the pads, because the teeth are a little bit wider than on the shorter blades. As a general rule, for most pets' feet in my salon, I use a 30 or a 40, typically a 30 blade. Under the tail and the base of the tail is a matter of preference for me. If I am doing a show trim, I'll use a 40 blade on top of the tail and a 10 or 15 underneath. All pet dogs that I work on, I will use a 10 blade. How do you know if a dog's skin is sensitive to the point where you cannot use one of the shorter blades? Typically, if you test out between the pads, if there's allergies, redness, or scaling, I stay on the long side of my blades. If it's a white dog with a pink nose or pink skin, I will stay on the long side with my blades, meaning a 10 blade. If it's a dog who has been shown, they're typically conditioned to have 30 and 40 blades used on them from the time that they're very young. Their skin is a bit tougher, so they can handle it. For her feet, I prefer a 40 blade. How far up should you clip the feet? That's a common question. When I clip her feet, I clip her to the bend of the foot. I start by clipping over the top of the foot. After that, I start going between the toes. I scoop in one way, then the other, scooping back and forth. Once that is finished, I go back and clean up around the toes. It is my preference to shave feet both before and after the bath. This way, when you shave the feet before the bath, you are getting them pretty well clean. Then you give them the bath and the blow dry, and that lifts any of those little hairs around the toenails up and out and makes getting them very clean very easy. So my next one is a miniature poodle puppy. He's about maybe 8 months old, 7, 8 months old. He gets groomed every 3 weeks. He was neutered, so he missed his last appointment, but it's still only been 4 or 5 weeks. But he got matted bad. And because he's a 3-week appointment, normally hand scissored, but he's also a puppy and he acts like a puppy and he's still crying for his feet and all that normal poodle puppy stuff. So I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do. Just wait and see when I get started and figure it out. This client actually has 3 poodles. All 3 get done every 3 weeks, and they normally do an amazing job. So take that into consideration. But when watching it, keep in mind the other puppy we did earlier and how she was flailing and crying and snapping and doing all that stuff. That's puppy behavior. So you have to separate the puppy behavior from what they're not liking about the groom when you're watching it, because sometimes it's hard to discern. What you're seeing. What was I just thinking I needed to do? The mirror. So his name is Milo. No, this isn't Milo. This is
Give me a second, I'll think of it. Milo is his brother. Oscar is his name. Oscar the mini poodle. There he is. Oh, it's so bad. Hi, buddy. Let's go ahead and do the clipper work first. I'm not going to be able to save this. They may not like it, but I'm going to do a Miami trim on him. Actually, even his pom-poms are matted. Ugh. Ugh. What am I going to do? What am I going to do, Oscar? Your mama's going to be mad at me. Yeah, she's going to be mad at me, Oscar. Good boy. Don't lick the clippers. How to trim a dog's face when the tongue hangs out. This is Louie. He is a 17-year-old Chinese crested dog. Like many 17-year-old dogs, Louie has no teeth, causing his tongue to hang out. To trim a face like this, I use a 40 blade. As the teeth are spaced very close together, this prevents the blade from easily catching the rugae, the ridges on the underside of the lips, or the tongue itself. I do not prefer the 40 setting on a 5-in-1 or 4-in-1 clipper due to the ridges in the teeth of the blade. The lower jaw is very soft and squishy on dogs with no teeth. The lips are not firm and the tongue slips out easily, so you must gently manipulate the face and tongue as you work. We are grooming safer together. Now let's talk about Scottish Terrier ears. The Scotties' ears are unique in that they do get clippered because, as you can see, they appear very large if you don't. They retain tufts of hair on the inside corner of the ear and require graduating lengths of hair to achieve the proper look. I trim the front half of the ear like a tipped ear, taking about the top third of the ear hair. The back half of the ear is clipped clean with a 15 blade on the inside of the ear. The opening to the ear canal is clipped clean, either with clippers or scissors. On the outside of the ear, at the base of the ear, I will use an 8.5 blade. This will keep a plush coating of hair there,
as Scotties oftentimes look balded if you clip them too closely. The area at the front, back side of the ear has a dip in it. You want to keep this dip filled with hair. The upper part of the outside of the ear I clip with a 10 blade, using my fingers to brace the ears as I work my way up the ear. With the Scotties' big ears, sound is amplified to them, so plugging the ear with cotton may help to relax the dog as you work. As I work with this dog's ears, watch how my fingers work along with the clipper and the blade. While scissoring the edges of the Scotties' ears, the tufts must be brought into balance. The entire purpose of the tufts is to help the ears appear closer together and to decrease the apparent size of the ear. To scissor the tufts, I fold the ear in half and scissor off any hair that falls past the edge of the ear. Then, checking the size and height of the tufts, I make sure that they are evenly balanced and look nice. Many groomers are confused by this process, either by shaving the entire ear or leaving way too much hair. When done right, the head looks long, lean, and in balance. The ears do not look abnormally large and appear closer together.
Good boy. You're fine. Good boy. Turn. Good puppy. Good. Good boy, yes. Very good boy. Very good boy. Yay. Good puppy. Good puppy. All right. Good boy. All right, let's see what we're gonna do here. Need to go, baby. Turn. Okay, this way. Up, up. Stay. So when dealing with a matted coat, a lot of times we have to splice mats, chunk out mats in different areas where we don't think it's going to show up as much or shave the dog completely. There's never really a good quality outcome of a matted dog groom. It's not going to be like completely even or anything like that. Just do my best. So with the Bichon, I did not do a pre-bath brush out. With this dog, I will. The reason for that is he's got thinner skin than she does and a different coat type. And these mats are set in pretty tight. And I think bathing it would just make it worse. So, do it differently. Stay.
They can have their Halloween bows and bandanas today. Come on, dude. Cooperate. It's all right. Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. See? Good boy.
It's a very good boy. Sweet boy. Yeah. Turn. I know. So, and here's one of those mats I'm going to have to chunk out. Sometimes really picky clients don't like that because they'll see the hole and then they'll send you a picture with it circled, like what happened here. But sometimes it's the best thing to do to cut it out, you know? Gonna do the same thing on this side. He's just got some that are so tight and they're right by the carpal pad. It's an uncomfortable area to brush out. So I'm just gonna cut them. Stay.
do you know if a dog's skin is sensitive to the point where you cannot use one of the shorter blades? Typically, if you test out between the pads, if there's allergies, redness, or scaling, I stay on the long side of my blades. If it's a white dog with a pink nose or pink skin, I will stay on the long side with my blades, meaning a 10 blade. If it's a dog who has been shown, they're typically conditioned to have 30 and 40 blades used on them from the time that they're very young. Their skin is a bit tougher, so they can handle it. Let's talk about clipper burn. Clipper burn usually comes from going too close with your blade. It usually is not associated with the blade being too hot. While the heat of the blade could aggravate a situation, most clipper burn that I have seen comes from going too close in the wrong areas. Clipper burn is typically a sore caused by scratching. One way to prevent clipper burn is making sure the dog's nails are filed on the day that they get a haircut. Filing the back nails will make the nails smooth, so if they do bat at their face, it's not going to cause injury. If the nails are sharp and freshly cut, they will absolutely cause injury almost instantly and then continue to scratch and make a clipper burn where there wouldn't have been one originally. So let's talk about going too close. What is too close? If I'm saying I use 40 blades on the face, what would be considered too close? So, like I said, I go from the corner of the eye to the corner of the mouth with the grain, all the way down the throat, all the way around the other side, so that these areas from the corner of the eye and the corner of the mouth back are always clipped with the grain, even on my show dogs. Occasionally, very, very, very rarely, you will see me clipper against the grain on a dog with a 15 blade that I know can handle a 40 blade with the grain. That's a rare occasion. On occasion, I do it. For the pet dogs that I work on that are not accustomed to being clippered the way that show dogs are accustomed to being clippered, I almost always stay with the grain in these areas. So the areas that are most common to clipper burn are right behind the lips, right in front of the ears, and usually right in here. And the reason for right in here is they'll have these little folds of skin and you'll catch them with the blade, and that catching with the blade is typically what will cause the dog to start scratching. If a dog clipper burns once, they're hanging loose, the lips are not hanging loose, which means that I can come in here and clip this rather safely. There are certain types of clippers, certain brands of clippers that are 4-in-1, 5-in-1 clippers that I find nick dogs rather regularly or scrape skin. And she is finished for today. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss any uploads. I want to talk about trimming and clipping a dog's ears. Clipping a dog's ears can be very risky, and certain safety protocols should be followed to accomplish this task. Dogs have a blood vessel that runs along the entire edge of the ear. If the ear is nicked, it bleeds profusely. Dogs also have many nerves and cartilage in the ears, so a thoughtful approach to clipping should be considered. Extreme caution should be taken if the dog has severe matting on the ears. Dogs such as Doodles are prone to hematomas once the mats are shaved off. I prefer to brush out matted ears to prevent hematomas if at all possible. If dematting is not possible, I partially clip and partially brush out the ear. If neither is possible, I refer out to a veterinary practice that offers grooming due to the high-risk nature of the groom. When choosing which blade to use, consider the coat of the dog. Many double coats require a slightly longer blade, while other styles require a very fine blade. Now let's discuss safety. There are several hazardous areas that you must be aware of while clipping the dog's ears. Dogs with pricked ears and cropped ears have a well-developed cartilage at the front of the ear. This is called the spine of helix. This area will have a significant fold of skin and create a dip right behind the fold of skin. Care must be taken in this area to prevent injury to the dog. I will demonstrate this further in the video. At the back of the ear, on the inside of the pinna, you will find the cutaneous marginal pouch. This is the most common area of the ear to nick or cut. I never use a blade longer than a 10 blade in this area. When clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch, it is extremely important to use the full width of the blade over this area. Place the pouch directly in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade cannot catch the skin flaps. As you can see here, if you bring the clipper blade in at an angle, you are more likely to cut the skin. But when you are careful to clip with the pouch in the center of the blade, the risk is greatly reduced. You should never clip towards the head. This is very dangerous. As I trim this dog with semi-prick ears, I will demonstrate the safety protocols. First, I always trim the ears center out, center up, center out, and never clipper in any other direction on the ears. So here I am demonstrating clipping over the cutaneous marginal pouch using the full width of my clipper across this area. Center out, center up, center out. On this type of ear, I flatten the front edge of the ear by pushing my fingers into the dip at the front edge of the ear to create a flat surface to clip. Notice how my fingers follow the blade as this gives firmness to the ear. As I clip the underside of the opening of the ear canal, I usually flatten the ear against the head. When clipping the base of the ear, I hold the ear forward as I clipper this area. On the back side of the ear, you will find another hazardous area from the cutaneous marginal pouch that is very easy to catch in the clipper. You can see how easy it would be to catch this flap of skin in the clipper blade. So, just like on the inside of the ear, I clipper this area using the full width of my blade with the flap squarely in the center of the blade so the edges of the blade are less likely to catch skin. I finish this ear type by scissoring the edges of the ears. I carefully hold the ear, allowing my fingers to provide balance to my scissors. Notice how my fingers follow the scissor up the ear as I go. Next, let's talk about cropped ears. Like it or not, they exist, and as groomers, we must clip them. When clipping the inside of cropped ears, I flatten the ear against the head like this. Using the edge of the blade, I use a pick action to clean up the uneven surface at the opening of the ear canal, as I do not pluck ears. I clip the front edge of the ear using my index finger to fill the dip behind the area where the ear folds back. This helps me to have a firm surface to clip. Notice how my hand resembles a claw, keeping the head still with the ability to feel and direct movement from the dog. As I clip the back of the ear, I gently pull the ear forward and have my fingers inside the ear pinna to give some stability. Clipping the outside front edge of the ear, I am using my fingers to steady the ear. Because the ears are cropped, there is no longer a cutaneous marginal pouch, thereby removing this hazardous area on the back side of the ear. I roll the ear over my fingers to flatten it as I work and slide my fingers up the edge of the ear along with the clipper. Cropped ears have thicker skin than natural ears. I use a 10, 15, and 40 blade on cropped ears. The 10 or 15 is used at the base of the ear and for the first clipping of the entire ear. The 40 is used to clean up the edges. I finish cropped ears by scissoring the edges. While scissoring, I maintain control of the ears, allowing the scissors to rest on my fingers, sliding my fingers along the edge of the ear as I scissor. Want to take lunch?
I'm coming, Oscar. Give me a minute. All right, big man. To the tub. Come on. Oh, hold on. Hold still. Shit. Good boy. I know it, baby. No, it's okay. Good boy. right, big man. I know. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yes. Good boy. Good boy. Yay, take a boy. Hey, take a boy. You're all right. Yeah. You're all right. Come on. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. Good boy. You're all right.
Good boy. It's okay. That's a good boy. He's a good worker.
Good boy. He's a good poodles. He's a good poodles. All right. Good puppies. Oh, it's a good puppies. Oh, it's a good puppies. Okay, turn. Here we go. Stay. No. It's a business, but it's not that business. We're not interested, thank you. Turn. Up. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. Miss Suzanne loves you. Yes, she does. Yes, she loves you. She thinks you're a good puppy. She thinks you're a good puppy. She's a good puppy. Good dog. Wait. Good. You gonna be good about your feet? No? I didn't think so. Oh, stop it. You're fine. Be a good boy.
When choosing the best hairstyle for your Yorkie, there are many factors that you should consider. Whether you groom your Yorkie yourself or hire a professional groomer, you will need to decide which haircut is best. The most important consideration is time. The amount of time needed to care for your Yorkie greatly depends on the length of coat that you plan for your Yorkie to have. The longer the coat, the more time that you will need to maintain it. An energetic family lifestyle provides more outdoor activities. A Yorkie in this environment may need a shorter trim. Busy professionals may choose a fun, fashionable style for their Yorkie that is easier to maintain than full coat. Each length of coat will require a different set of tools and routines to maintain the hair. Dogs who keep full top knots will need their hair done daily to keep the top knot from getting tangled and out of the eyes. This is usually done with 1 to 3 sections so as to prevent the ponytail from falling forward into the eyes. Top knot pillows are a must-have if you plan to keep a ponytail on your Yorkie. A ponytail tool can be used to keep the ponytail lying flat without flipping into the pet's eyes. There are so many cute looks when you keep a longer top knot. The tassel top ponytail is cute as well. It is put up with one band gathering the entire top knot. Then, once it is up, it is trimmed into a fan so that it never falls forward into the eyes. It is very important to have a grooming surface to work on your Yorkie. A grooming table is best with a non-slip surface. Bangs can be trimmed for those who prefer not to be bothered with the daily maintenance of a top knot. This style is very pretty. The trunk of the body is typically trimmed with a snap-on comb, such as a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch. The top knot can be kept long or trimmed into a tassel top ponytail. Correctly done, the Yorkie's ears should be tipped. By trimming them closely on the tips of the ears, I usually trim about the top third of the ear, very short. However, some Yorkies do not have ears that stand up. For these Yorkies, we do typically leave fluffy, long ears. The way that the ears are trimmed are a preference of the pet owner. I do have a few Yorkie clients who do have Yorkies whose ears stand up, and yet we do keep long flowing hair on those ears. As you can see here, it is very cute. I have other Yorkie clients that do not like the ears tipped short, but they do like them kept quite short, as you can see on this Yorkie with soft fuzzy ears. Whether you like your Yorkie's ears trimmed long or short, they are adorable either way. The tail style varies from Yorkie to Yorkie as well if they're getting shorter haircuts. As you can see here, this Yorkie has a long ponytail on her tail. This Yorkie has her tail trimmed very short, while this one has a medium length trim. This Yorkie, that's in more of a poodle style, has a little pom-pom on her tail. Each one is completely individual and different, and the preference is up to the pet parent. On occasion, you will see on a Yorkie puppy especially 2 layers of coat. One very fine, thin layer over a thicker layer. This is not uncommon, and most Yorkies will grow out of this. To trim this, I usually hand scissor the dog by using a back combing action to lift the hair up and then scissor off the top, removing only the thinnest hair. Another time where hand scissoring a Yorkie is very important using this back combing action is on the hips and shoulders of certain coat types on Yorkies. Occasionally you will see a Yorkie who has cowlicks on his hips. This is not uncommon. By using your comb and sliding the comb upward while scissoring off as you comb upward will help to layer over the hips so that you do not see choppiness from the cowlicks in the hips. The freestyle fusion trims are very fun. While they are easier to maintain than full coat, they still require daily maintenance. These styles are trimmed very short on the entire trunk of the body, using a 7 or a 5 blade. The chin hair is kept very short, with a characteristic oval mustache to define this style. The legs and top knot are kept very long. The tools needed to maintain this haircut are a pen brush, a flexible slicker brush, a medium fine tooth comb, a rat tail comb, and bands for the top knot. In freestyle grooming, you can use your imagination and create styles such as the one seen on this Yorkie. Her pet parent made up this hairstyle with poodle feet, a poodle Miami trim, and a Westie style face. So as you can see, it's adorable on her. Just use your imagination and have fun. Keeping a Yorkie in full coat is a labor of love. People who choose to keep a full coat are very dedicated pet parents who protect their dogs' coats with every ounce of their being. These coats are easiest for me to keep if I do a light brushing daily, along with tying up the top knot, and then a full bath, conditioning, blow dry, and complete comb through every 5 days. Yes, you heard me right, every 5 days. Correctly done, Yorkies are kept in full coat with tipped ears and no hair trimmed around the eyes. Some choose to keep their Yorkies in a body contour style, basically clipped down all over with short round faces. While these styles are easy to maintain, the dog still needs to be brushed and washed regularly. In styling the pet dog, there are many variations, and all of these variations are completely acceptable for the house pet. The style decided upon is decided by the pet parent. This popular style is easy to maintain. It is short, but not too short. The length can be adjusted to suit your taste. A good brushing every 4 to 5 days will suffice. Most commonly, a 3 or 4 blade is used on the trunk of the body. The legs are scissored and blended into the body. Bathing should be done weekly, but can also be done every 2 weeks if necessary. So Oscar here is going to be the last one I'm streaming for today. I was really sad that Doodle canceled because I wanted to stream him in the morning, but that's the way it goes. But I will be back on sometime in the morning, depending on if a client fills that spot or not, and how early I start. I'll start when I start. I'll probably stream 5 or 6 hours tomorrow. Can't believe it's almost Friday again already. Yay. I'm ready for the weekend. Silly.
You ready for a nap, buddy? Hmm? You ready for a nap? Yeah, geez. You need to nap. So these last two dogs I did both had matted hair. Both were our regular clients. Both are usually in great shape. Do you agree that it was best to save the coat? This one I took quite a bit off. He normally gets a fuller trim, but I still made him look presentable. But do you agree that it's better sometimes to save the coat? Or do you think they should always be shaved if they're matted? Let me know in the comments below if you're watching this after the live stream. Because the grooming community is quite split on that idea. Many think if they're matted, they should be shaved no matter what. I take it on a case-by-case basis personally. The history, the dog's temperament, where the mats are, what kind of mats they are, you know, and what I can accomplish with it without traumatizing the dog. The ring around his foot here is from where he got neutered from the anesthesia. It's okay. Gotta stand you up for a minute. Gotta trim your tail. I know, but I gotta trim your tail. Get around here. Let me trim your tail. The common misconception is that if you demat a badly matted coat, it's going to damage the coat so that it frizzes and it's just going to mat more.
And we have a really good example of that. Many of you watched me demat Willow, the Coton de Tulear. I guess it's been maybe January I did that. She came in so matted, like, oh my gosh. And I dematted her. And she's come every 2 weeks since then for a bath and blow dry. Her mom is doing a phenomenal job with her coat. And she's in full coat. The coat looks amazing for a Coton because they have this coat, you know. But there's times, as long as they're properly maintained after that, that it's doable. It can happen. But yeah, her mom's done a great job. All right, Mr. Oscar. We can text your mom. She can come get you. Yeah. Good Bowie. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. And I will see you sometime tomorrow morning. Say bye, Oscar. Bye. Come on, bud.